Hello, Neil. Good morning. How are you? Man, I don't want to turn on the camera. I guess I will. Can't remember what button it is. Is it that one? No. It's that one. I'm okay. Yeah. I don't know. I mean, I'm kind of not okay because I've been struggling with depression over the whole job thing. But, yeah. I think I may have gotten my sleeping fixed again. So I'll stream again. I think it's good to have like a period of talking anyway before I go do, life stuff. I think that streaming in the beginning of the day is kind of nice because it sort of prepares me for going out into the real world, which I never am very good at. And so I decided to stream again. Let's see. And I kind of wanted to do Oni. Well, you know what? I'm torn in all kinds of different ways right now. I think that I want to continue playing Fallout because I haven't touched Fallout since the last time I streamed. Hi, Juna. How are you? I haven't touched Fallout since the last time I streamed, so I kind of want to go back to doing that too. But oh, you bought Factorio? Nice. I still need to play that game. I have no idea what's going on with Factorio. Every time I watch somebody play it, I'm so confused. Anyway, I think that Oni is better. I do enjoy Oni. I've been thinking about playing it recently. Like, I have one playthrough that I've been doing offline that I've kind of fell out of love with because I don't know, I just don't like the way it was turning out. So I've been thinking about starting over again, and so I think that's what I'm gonna do. I don't know if I should do survival or no sweat. You recommend Satisfactory over Factorio? I think I'll do survival. Well, I haven't played either game, but Satisfactory is definitely a game that I want to play. I also want to play the one that's coming out from Paradox. Though after they released the Millennia, I'm having a little bit of a hard time believing in Paradox anymore. But I saw the demos of the factory game that Paradox is coming out with, and it looks freaking amazing. Did they release it? I don't know. I don't pay attention, but I watched them play it weeks ago as a demo, and it looked incredible. So, yeah, that's definitely like on my radar. I can't buy new games right now though. I have absolutely no money. I'm literally out of money, so I can't do that. What the hell is this? The lab? Alternative gameplay experiences, including experimental scenarios designed for special events. Yeah, I don't know. I always really enjoy Classic. They released a skewed asteroid. Oh, you mean for the lab? So it's supposed to be a bunch of different experimental things or something, but there's only one right now. This is a different map. This is classic size. And it's predetermined seed. I don't know. What do you guys want to see? I'll leave it up to you. You're the viewers. You support me. You guys are awesome. You get to pick. 1, 2, 3. We got 1, 2, 3. So, Classic is the big map with more resources. You don't have to like try to get to spaceflight as soon as possible or go to other asteroids. Spaced Out is where things are kind of distributed across a bunch of different asteroids. So it's a little bit harder in that you have to go to the next asteroid. At first, you don't need spaceflight to do it, but you have to go to the next asteroid because it's going to have resources on it that you need. And then of course, spaceflight from there to get to multiple others. I don't enjoy the spaceflight aspect of the game, honestly. It's just not something I enjoy. And then the lab apparently has experimental maps, but it's only got one called Skewed right now, and it's a predetermined seed. I don't know what that is. And it's classic size, apparently. So what do you think? There's no wrong choice. I'm even okay with Spaced Out. I don't know if it's the hardest, Juna. I don't know anything about it. Except what Neo just said. It's just different. It just hits different. Guys better decide soon. I could do a poll, except I don't know how to do a poll. It sounds like a lab, because it sounds like Neo wants me to do lab. One, 2, 3. Lab. Lab it is. You said that the seed's the same? Oh, yeah, it is. Skewed asteroid. Large geodes containing rare material caches are just deposited across this world. Okie dokie. Do-do-do-do. I think that's fine. Hello, Myrene. How are you? Success! All right, what do we want? We're gonna want a builder, digger and a researcher. I don't know if those are actually the best starting choices. That's just what I always go for. Attribute bonuses during meteor showers, irritable bowel. Does it not keep it? Oh, it does. Yeah. Yeah. Building and ranching, mole hands. Slow learner. That's perfect. Anybody want to name someone? You don't have to spend points for it. If you want to name one of the dupes, it's fun. Look, Jean, isn't that yours, Neo? Don't you like Jean? I think that's the one you like. Science, piloting, green thumb, decreased machinery. Nope, not keeping Jean. Sorry. Excavation, construction, allergies. That's fine. We're keeping Stinky. Okay, so this is our two. We just need a different scientist. Kitchen menace. Oh, it's Lyra. That's right. Exosuit training. Three science, 5 strength, germ resistance, plant murder. I can go with that. Juna, did you want one of these dupes named after you? You can't take Stinky. Stinky's got to remain Stinky. Sorry. The data dimension. Phlegm-coated media. There you go. The Unstoppable Factory. Okay, we're doing that one. Oh, it's sideways. Well, no wonder it's called skewed. All right. Okay, this is going to be different. Does that mean that the oil and stuff is either to the right or the left? How do I know if it's right or left? So it kind of looks like this is the top and this is the bottom. Okay. Oh, that's going to be kind of annoying. The water's way the freak down there. How do I want to do this? think I'll start out like get it using that water for the toilets. It's kind of annoying. Might be easier to get this water. Deal with that later. So day one. Day one goals are bathrooms and beds. How many tiles is that? That's one. Well, yeah, 1, 2, and 9. So 11 tiles. 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12. Okay. So we'll do this and that. 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11. Got it. What are you doing, Juna? Trying to click behind you. What are you doing, Stinky? Stinky. Get out of there. Why is it not moving? Oh, I can't put seeds in here? Okay. Shit, I just knocked all the food out. Deal with that later. Okay. Need an outhouse. I always put them on this side. Maybe I'll do them on this side this time. Closer to the water. We need 3 cots. I don't know why I put them way over there. I know I'm going to put the research station right here. The light bonus. It doesn't leave much room for toilets. I think I have to put the toilets over here. Sorry, guys. do... Okay. Oh, that's not gonna work. I'll have to dig a little bit deeper than that. Shit. I didn't want to put the cot close to here because of the light, but it's just gonna have to be for now. We'll figure it out later. I can walk on the pump platform, right? It'll work for now. Your brain is confused every time you look at that map. Do you look at that map often? Excuse me. I'm a little confused. Cool steam vet. Nice. I hate steam vents. They're always annoying to tame. I mean, it's nice to have renewable water, but my tips for starting Oni is to do what I just did. That's the big tip. You want, on your first cycle, you want 3 beds, 3 toilets. That's your goal. Anything else that you can do after that is good. The other thing about Oni is expect to fail. Your first time playing, it's going to become a nightmare. Expect it. It's just part of the game. You iterate. Every time you play and you fail, you learn how to avoid the failure so that the next time you play, it'll be better. That's how everybody plays the game. That's the thing you have to realize about this game is you fail from the beginning and you get better every time. I don't think anybody's ever played this game except, oh, maybe Myrene or something, because Myrene's a freaking genius. I don't think anybody's ever played this game and just like right from the get-go, right out of the gate, didn't fail. You have to fail so that you can see what happens if you don't do. Now the O2, I don't. Are you saying that the oxygen is that the the oxygen? That's fine. That's fine. Anyway, the whole point, Juna, is that you can't know what to avoid until you've experienced the things that you need to avoid, right? So, for instance, a lot of people will master oxygen production relatively easily, but then they'll discover after like 100 cycles or something that everything gets too hot, and then the dupes freak out, your plants stop growing, and blah, blah, blah. Everybody dies. Well, then you know after that that you need to do stuff to control the heat, right? But you're not going to know to do stuff to control the heat until you experience the heat. Until you have the problem of heat accumulating, you're not going to know that stuff you do early on will prevent that from happening until it actually happens. And then you're like, oh, well, okay, so these machines put off this heat. I need to make sure they're insulated and blah, 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 stuff like that. So it's an iterative process of playing the game. You play, you fail, and then you learn from the failure, and then you try to avoid it, because a lot of the stuff that you fail on, you have to avoid it by doing stuff earlier that may not make sense unless you know that it's coming. Does that make sense? So basically, people will play this game and they'll fail and they'll be like, this game sucks, and they'll never want to play it again because they expect to not fail right off. And that's the wrong way to look at the game. The right way to look at the game is that you want to fail because that teaches you something. And as long as you have that mindset of it's going to teach you, then you can keep playing and get to a point where you're just kicking ass, or barely surviving like I do. Yeah, exactly. You have to fail a bunch of times before you learn what works and what doesn't. And you're right, Junit. There's really interesting stuff about gases and things that, like what Myrene's talking about. I left this open, so all the oxygen in here, because oxygen's lighter than CO2, the oxygen's going to go up into here, and then the CO2 is going to come down, and my dupes are all going to be not having oxygen. So the smart thing is to block this off. Because you can even see how there's little packets of oxygen going up there. So if you go to materials overlay and then you go to gas, you can actually see it happening. The black is the carbon dioxide, the blue is the oxygen. Thank you, Myrene, for pointing that out. I don't know if that's still a thing or not, but I don't worry about it until later, much later. If you can make food faster than it goes bad, and you're fine. You waste some resources doing that, but it's not a big deal. But yeah, the whole idea of putting your fridge in CO2 is so that the food doesn't go bad as quickly, because it's like not in oxygen or something. But even mechanics for that have been changed over time. That used to work 100% a long time ago. Now you can do that, but you have to also keep it cold too. But it doesn't really matter. You can just grow food quicker than it goes bad, and you're fine. You waste some resources, but you don't waste some time trying to get some finicky thing trying to work. Okay. This is nice because all the CO2 can go down here and here. So we'll go ahead and open that up. I don't have the ability to do that yet. Let's get a generator going. So yeah, like, I'll use this generator right here to solve for oxygen and for my research station. But this generator and battery are going to produce heat. And it's not that bad. It'll just be a little bit. But eventually it accumulates to a point where it becomes a problem. It's just slow. We got a neuralizer. Nice. Man, this game's really quiet. Why is it so quiet? I'm gonna move it later, Myrene. I just want to get it going right now. I want this. But this is a weird map. I don't know how to deal with this. I'm guessing this is up. But yeah, on your first cycle, Juno, you'll want outhouses. You don't have to have 3. You can get away with 2, but 3's safer. 3 outhouses, 3 wash basins, or 2, or even 1 sometimes. But it can become a problem if it goes out of commission. And then you'll want 3 cots, and you'll want a pitcher pump to water, because you need water for your toilets and your wash basin to work, and for your research, for your advanced computer later on, whatever it's called. Advanced research station uses water. So what am I gonna do? Yeah, so water is a big problem. I mean, can be a big problem. So that's why I was talking about this cool steam vent. This is a renewable source of water. But the water comes out of this really hot, comes out at 110°C. So you have to figure out a way to, and it comes out as steam. So you have to figure out a way to cool it down. But it is renewable. So as long as this is here, I won't really run out of water, as long as I can figure out a way to use that water without causing problems. The problem, of course, is if I just use 110°C water straight, then it's going to heat up my base, it's going to kill my plants, stuff like that. Okay. Let's come up here and get all this algae. Go ahead and just get that out. So I played this game enough that I know a lot of the shortcut keyboard shortcuts. So like G is dig. Now the game's too loud. Take that down. So I know a lot of the shortcuts like G is dig, and G and B are the two main ones. If you click on something that's already on the map and then you click B, it'll automatically select that for building. It's like a copy tool. It's really useful. G for dig, and then X is for cancel. So like if I just cancel, or no, C is for cancel. Right. X is for deconstruct. It's nice to know the shortcuts. Okay. How do I want to do this? I think there's going to be plenty of space down here, so this will be the bedrooms down this way. I think maybe I'll grow some plants up here. Bathroom's going to have to move a little bit. It's unreachable. Doing, Stinky? Are you gonna cut that on? Are you gonna dig that out under you? No, okay. Alright, I don't think this is going to be my main ladder. My main ladder is going to be probably here. Maybe right here. You know, I don't know. I think I like that. So we'll do the big ladder here. Actually, I'm kind of tired of making these giant bases that don't really need to be giant. So I'm just gonna concentrate on expanding naturally, not trying to force it. I mean, I'm definitely going to build the bedrooms down here. So where do I want... How do I want them to look? That's what I'll do. No. I have an idea. Something I've always wanted to actually do, but I never think about it in time. It's always too late when I think of it. So I think my main ladder is gonna be here. It'll be 2, 3, 4. Well, those I'm gonna dig out. So how would this work? That's sand. That's not gonna help. Be here. Need solid on 2 sides of it. Why is there so much goddamn sand? There's a big solid area there. Solid here too. Oh no. Maybe like this. And then I'll leave this side open. So it'll be like this. So if I do like this, that's fine. Then so it'd be like, let's see, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. Boom. 5. What are the requirements for nature reserve? 4 wild plants. Minimum size is 32 tiles. Maximum is 120. So it'll be like this, and then there'll be like natural tile here, and I think that's it. It has to be 4. Door. going for luxury. So let's see, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. The problem with putting bedrooms below is that the CO2 accumulates. But there'll be nice big open spaces underneath. It'll be fine. Because I'm going to consolidate this water probably down into this. I'll take this and this, make one big pool. Hello, Arizia. How are you? Then do that doesn't work because there's no natural tile there. There are natural tiles over here, so maybe I do 3 bedrooms. Celebrating your wife's birthday? Nice. Goddamn water is in the way. Okay. Lots of deer and tadpoles. Are there deer like wild in England at all, or at some point were there deer wild in England? I guess there were because the whole the whole poaching thing, Robin Hood. Sorry, I can't help it. I have to reference Robin Hood. I forgot about that. Poaching deer and all of that. I don't know about modern England. I just know England history. There probably wasn't a real Robin Hood, but there was a real poaching deer thing. There's still some wild deer. Nice. Well, there were until your mom got around to them. Man, this is gonna be annoying. Maybe I just only have one ladder. This one right here. And we'll access the bedrooms this way. And bedrooms on this side. Okay, so bedroom, 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 bedroom. That'll give me like 1, 2, 3, 4, or no, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12. That's perfect. And then we'll grow plants up here. This will all be research. And then the bathrooms going to be probably the same spot. So they'll get up in the morning, they'll come up here, they'll go into the bathroom, they'll come over here, they'll eat. Eventually, I'll do a kitchen maybe over here on this side. Then they'll go to work. That's my tentative plan. So I need 4 natural tiles for the park, at least. This is going to be for the fire pole later on. Let's get these going. I don't know. Should I sacrifice some of the copper to be able to do some more natural tiles? Because there's a natural tile there and 1 tile of copper there. Oh, but I like having this open space. I don't know why. I think just aesthetically it looks nice. Which means I can't do that. Unless I put the fire pole here and the tiles over here. Well, no, this would be the ladder. This could be the fire pole. It's not, it's not, there's no symmetry there. But, you know, symmetry can be ugly too. Right? Right? Symmetry's ugly. Shoot. Oh, that works actually. Well, no, I mean it doesn't, but it does. Yeah, we'll put the pole here, ladder here, and we'll have some natural tiles here, and we'll do nature preserve on this side also. So, like I said, no symmetry, but that's okay. It's okay. It's okay. Calm down. I'm just gonna do this so that I know where my natural tile is going to be. Right there and there. I don't know if I'm going to be able to get pips. I'm sure I'll get pips out of the thing. Okay, I think that's a plan. This will work, right? Before I destroy these tiles that I might potentially actually use. Because I can't grow a plant here. There's not enough room. Can't grow a plant here. Don't want to do it here because it blocks the doors. So it has to be right here for the natural tile. And then I think we'll just do another one on this side. It's okay that that's algae. And then this. And that. Okay, so natural tile, natural tile, natural, natural. Everything else is dug out. Ladder, Fire pole. Same thing over here. Juno or anybody else, if you have questions, feel free to ask. I don't know if it makes sense what I'm trying to do right now. I mean, I'm kind of winging it. I don't really know what I'm doing, actually. So how am I going to get 4 natural tiles here? Because I don't have a natural tile here and here. Unless I don't have this little platform. Because I don't have to have a platform. I could just build the ladder here. And they can just go straight through the door. But I always like having these little platforms. I always end up putting like storage space and stuff there or whatever. And it just aesthetically it looks better. So how do I get my 4 tiles on this side? I could do just 2 side by side. Is there any reason not to do that? Oh, but the pips won't plant them when they're side by side like that, right? Will they plant these? You guys, I know you guys are better with the pips than I am. Will they plant these 4? I think so, right? They're far enough away from each other. Yeah, Arizia is the one that's really the master of the pips. Yeah, I'm building. These are going to be rooms for the dupes. It's nice to have good, luxurious rooms for your dupes because that'll make them have higher morale, and then the higher their morale is, the higher you can make their skill level. So these will be rooms. Pro at overpopulating pips. But seriously, Arizia, will these work for the pips to plant? These 4? These 4 natural tiles for my pips so that I can make a nature reserve. Shit, ads are playing. Right to left and top to bottom. So it would be this one, this one, this one, and this one. I forgot about putting the ladders over them. So it's going to be like that. That's going to go there, which means this is going to just need to be deconstructed. We'll be fine with 2. Okay. Maybe I just don't do anything over here. We'll just not make a nature preserve on this side. Or anything at all. Yeah. 20 seconds. Nice, Juna. Welcome back from the ads. So, you guys, anybody use Chrome? Are you gonna switch out from Chrome after they break all the ad blockers? Which I think they're doing today or tomorrow. I know you use Brave, but it's going to affect Brave too. Brave's a Chromium browser. Let's do the food. Yeah, that's fine. Okay, so here's what I'm doing. We're building 4 bedrooms. They're going to be a little bit luxurious, a little bit bigger, you know. That'll give us morale bonuses because they'll qualify as rooms. And probably no sweat. But you can do survival too. All those settings really do is they just change the how do I see it? It's not in the options. This stuff? It basically just changes the like how easily your dupes get sick, how easily they get stressed. That kind of stuff. The only thing I don't like about doing a nature preserve in the stairwell here like this is that you have to block it off, which means you have to put doors like sideways, which is kind of ugly. Well, I mean, if you want an easier time at the beginning, you could turn down the options for the sweat. For the stress and the food and disease. You don't really need to, though. It's not that big of a deal. Used to be a lot worse, but they've made the game a lot easier now. And having your stress settings normal is kind of fun because when you screw up, your dupes will start like going crazy, and that's always hilarious to see. So it depends on if you want to see that or not, you know? Do you want your dupes to go crazy and start breaking machines and yelling and stuff like that? It's up to you. So you see this guy? Because the shine bug's waking them up in the middle of the night because they don't like the light. Bright light. See that? Goddamn bugs. They're having a terrible night. It's okay though. They're building some rooms. They'll be fine after the rooms are built. Need to deconstruct these ladders. Yeah, you should re-roll them. Don't accept whatever it gives you at the beginning. I tried to go for, well, you saw, but I tried to go for one digger, one builder, and one researcher. And any kind of overlap with supplying's probably, like, supplying and carrying is probably your most important traits besides being able to actually research, being able to dig, being able to build. And then after that, you need like operators, farmers, ranchers is what I really mean. But you're screwed if you don't have a researcher. You have to have one. So like Juno right now, it's the researcher. And then once you have those skills, you should set priorities. So like if you go up here in your priorities, like there is researching. So Juna is always going to be trying to research and then tidying when he's not researching, supplying when he's not researching, storing when he's not researching. But he won't do any of the other stuff. Well, he will, but we can make them a little bit lower priority. That way he stays focused on what he's supposed to be doing. God damn it, why am I keep doing that? Oh, that's really annoying. Tagging doesn't really matter. I just did all that so that you can see what I mean. So, like here, Stinky's gonna concentrate on building. Which one had the actual digging? So if you look in here in your skills, you see how there's hearts? Those are the skills that it showed at the top of the duplicate display. So like here, Juna has hearts on researching, right? So that means you actually get a morale bonus for doing that job, because that's what Juna likes to do. He also likes to carry. So that's perfect, because when he's not researching, he can be carrying stuff, supplying things. Which is good. It's nice to have like a little bit of a like overlap, because when you research, you need supplies. And when you're not researching, well, you should be doing stuff anyway. Rowan likes digging, so there's where the hearts are there. And Stinky likes digging and constructing. So Stinky was the constructor. I guess they're both kind of good, but no, it's this way. Yeah. There we go. So Stinky will have building as being a higher priority and then digging second. Rowan's going to have digging as a high priority and building as second. Those are going to be lower priority than researching. Researching is the highest priority for Juna. Does that make sense? But honestly, you don't have to mess with that stuff at the beginning. You'll be fine without it. It's a more advanced, more experienced level of playing the game. So the problem with these bedrooms is they have a lot of CO2, which is why one of the first things I researched was these airflow tiles. So I always like to put one airflow tile up here. And then we'll do, I think we'll do like this for the CO2. Oops. Also, if you click on these, you get little tutorials. The video tutorials are always really fun. I love these. I should watch these more often. I love them. They're so good. I needed that. That was good. I think I'll do an airflow tile on the outside too. It's kind of overkill, but because these rooms are going to be below, they're going to have a real problem with CO2 building up. So make sure they're open. We're gonna go all the way down with this one to here. Figure out what's going on with this water. I'm probably gonna dump this water into this water. Bathrooms are gonna have to be relocated. I'm tempted. The irritable bowel, though. Probably gonna get this. Yeah. Give me some oxygen. So this oxylite is going to emit oxygen. In fact, you can probably see it happening. Well, not really. Just like this one, which is why I didn't dig it up. I'm going to let it just go away on its own naturally. Unfortunately, it means it's in the way of the door. One thing I can do to mitigate that is I can deconstruct this. That way the dupes can still get through. No, they can't, actually. I guess I'll have to do this for now. So where do I want the bathrooms to start? Probably right here. And there's gonna be more bedrooms on this side. Two, three, four, five, six, and boom. Kind of a waste of metal to put so many airflow tiles, but I'm doing it anyway. I just ran out of metal. Nice. Hopefully this map's got renewable metal of some kind. I'm going to try to do a nature preserve over here also. We'll just not have fire pole on this side. Oh wait, no, those are too close together. Sure there is? Sure there is what? I lost the context. I guess there will be a fire pole. Oh, you sure there is like renewable metal? Yeah, probably. don't do that. Toilets. I'm gonna have to make sure that that's high priority. The used toilet, now your food and water is contaminated. What did you put? Wash basins? Wash basins? One of these can go. Probably two of them. I'm not sure yet. So these toilets are going to have to move way down here. Okay, two cots can go. I'm gonna dig that out. I'm really afraid that I'm gonna accidentally dig these. It's gonna take some discipline there. Let's try to get this done before the end of the day, please. We're gonna need a door here. That one can go too. I'm not sure how I want to do the bathrooms. Okay, so I want to make sure This is something that you should get used to, Juna, because it's really helpful. Is right here, this resources tab. So by default, or I mean, not by default, but every time you get a new resource, it'll put it on here to kind of just show you found something new, I guess. But but they'll go away eventually. Like this polluted water, oxylite, briar seed, it'll eventually disappear off of that list. But you can permanently pin things on there, and it's really good to do that. So what you do is you click this see all button, and then for instance, algae, right? It's really important to keep an eye on my algae. I don't want to run out before I have another way to make oxygen. So what I'm going to do is I'm going to pin it on that list. Now algae will be on this list all the time, and that'll show me what algae, how much I have available. So if I start to see that I'm getting low on algae, I'll know to like dig some out or find some other way to make oxygen, because algae is going to be my main source of oxygen at the beginning. It's not renewable. Well, let's just say for simplicity's sake, it's not renewable. It actually is, but whatever. It's not renewable, so we have a limited amount of algae to work with in the beginning. But it'll give us time to find another way to make oxygen. So at first we'll make it with oxygen with algae, and then we'll do oxygen with other methods. There's multiple different ways of doing it. So like I said, it's good to pin that up there. It's also good to pin stuff like, say, copper, right? If I need to keep an eye on my copper levels. Once I start using coal, I'll probably want coal up on there. That sort of stuff. Does that make sense? It's really useful. And then of course these diagnostic messages are really good to have. They just help you keep an eye on things that could cause problems. Like the breathability. Right now I'm not making any oxygen, so that's something I want to make sure to pay attention to. The only oxygen that's being made right now is from this oxylite right here. And that's going to go away eventually. Want to uproot that guy. And we'll go ahead and dig these out. So, again, I'm not going to dig the oxylite because it's more, if you dig it, you lose some of it. So it's more efficient to just let it deplete on its own without digging it up. If you dig it up, you're going to have less oxygen made from it overall. Because I think every time you dig a tile, you lose like half of the total amount, right? Something like that. I could be wrong about that. And if you want to be really efficient, you should open the doors. Because dupes do slow down a little bit to wait for doors to open. Downside to that, of course, is that bugs or critters will get in there, and then, you know, you might have a shine bug in there, like keeping your dupes awake. So I don't like dealing with those. So I'm gonna actually make those auto, but the middle ones I'll open. You don't lose the oxalate? I thought you lose the half of the oxalate too. Huh. So it does say that it increases the emission rate, so it depletes more rapidly. So it's probably still better to not dig it. I can save and try. Yeah. It's probably still good not to dig it up, because it depletes faster. Well, we need research going. Oh. Now I really want to know if these things are true, because that would be interesting to know. So basically, it emits twice the. So the emission is not based on the mass; it's based on time. So it emits it twice as fast, so you get still the same amount. Is that basically what's happening there? I always assumed the emission was based on the mass. I mean, I guess it is, but if it's doing it twice as fast, it's emitting twice as much, but half the mass, so it balances out, like you said. So it's really not based on the mass, it's based on the time, but the time factor is affected by the mass and the rate of emission. But technically, it's the rate. Like if you had a mod that slowed down the rate that it emitted, it would emit twice as much oxygen, still have the same mass. So this I need to fix. We need somebody to have some better digging. It was stinky, wasn't it? Yeah. Still don't have a skill point. Gosh darn it. So Juna, if you look here, see how I got the room overlay? See how these rooms are now green? That shows that they're valid working rooms. And if you go in the room overlay and you look at where it's colored, you can see that it gives a morale bonus. So the effect is morale +1. And you can also look over here to the different room types and see what they do and what are the requirements. So barracks will improve your morale by +1. The requirements are 1 or more bed, no industrial machineries, minimum size 12 tiles, maximum 64 tiles. And then an easy way to measure the size of rooms is you can hit cancel and go like this, and it'll sort of work as like a little area measuring tool, 6x4, 24 tiles. And instead of clicking, or instead of letting go, I can just right click and it doesn't actually cancel anything. So CO2 will go down. CO2 is heavy. I think it's actually the heaviest gas, or one of the heaviest gases. So it'll always go downwards. So the trick is just to make sure that there's an open route. You see how all the CO2 is accumulating down here? By having this open, the CO2 can go down. So if I were to dig this out right here below this tile, this CO2 that's trapped right here will actually go down. And then you don't have a problem, at least for now. The liquid from toilets it'll be bottled, but it'll also be polluted water. There might even be some here somewhere. Yeah, right there. It'll be polluted water, which will emit oxygen, but it'll be polluted oxygen. Which polluted oxygen isn't like, it's not gonna kill your dupes, but it makes diseases or germs grow in polluted oxygen. Plus, it's ugly. My biggest problem with polluted oxygen is that it's ugly. I hate it. So if you look at your outhouses, you see how it says 8 visits remaining. As soon as those 8 visits run out, which your dupes use the bathrooms once per cycle, unless they have like a higher bladder rate, whatever. But once those 8 visits are done, the toilet doesn't work. And you can see there's actually a little, like, see how this one's pointed down and this one's pointed even? This one has a little bit more before it runs out, and this one even more. And this one's closer to full. So when this one gets full, all the way up here to the red, they'll have to work on it, clean it, until it's usable again. Which is why it's good to have multiple toilets, because you don't want to have your dupes pissing all over the floor before while you're trying to clean out the toilet. Same thing with the sinks. They fill up. You see how this side there's the clean water and then this side's the dirty water? When that's full, they'll have to empty it. That's the cool thing about this game, and a lot of people kind of don't pay attention to, I think, is that the buildings will actually tell you a lot about what's going on just by the graphic, which is nice. I like that. So like with this guy, I actually do want to get that CO2 out of there. So I'm going to end up digging this, but I have to deal with this water first, which is why I'm doing this ladder down to here so that I can drain this water into here, and then I'll have that open so that I can dig that out. But I can also, oh no I can't, because this will come out too. Okay, never mind. So for now, it's a good thing that the dupes didn't pick this as a room, because they would be running out of oxygen right there. This one's fine because he'll grab some of the oxygen, but it's not ideal. I do want to get this area dug out under here as soon as I can, so that that CO2 can come out. So actually, I think I'm gonna prioritize this ladder. So the priority just means that they're gonna do that before they do a 5, right? Try not to like over prioritize things. So like if you have all your builds set to priority 9, that's the same as having all your builds set to priority 1. You know what I mean? So it doesn't help you at all. In fact, it can hurt you. I'm gonna do that soon-ish. My oxygen levels are pretty fine right now. I'm doing fine. There's lots of oxygen right here. As the CO2 comes down, it'll push that oxygen up. But I will soon. I'm going to relocate the bathrooms first, and then I'll figure out where I want to put my generator and where I want to put my oxygen. Which, at first, I'm going to be using an oxygen diffuser. There are good reasons to use, like, the sublimation stations and the algae terrariums. but I'm not going to. It's just simpler and easier just to use the diffuser. So what kind of map did you go with, Juna? I guess I need to figure out the bathrooms. So my bathrooms, I need to think about them long term, because this is temporary. Using the outhouse is temporary. I'm gonna be, as soon as possible, I'm gonna automate the bathrooms. I usually do that way too late. I want to do that as early as I can, which means I need the right technology for that. I'm getting there. Eventually. Hey, by the way, Juna, I'll try to pay attention to the Discord. If you have questions about Oni, since it's your first time playing, use the Discord for asking when I'm not online, because I'm gonna ask that Neo and Arisia, if they can, will just pop their heads into the Discord every once in a while and look for any questions, just to help with that, because I do want my Discord to be helping people out. Just a tip for future colonies: build your living and sleeping area above the printing pod so the oxygen flows out and your dupes can live in an oxygen-rich place. Yeah, well, normally that's what I do. I build my rooms up above, normally. This time I'm building them below, which is why I have all these tons of overdone airflow tiles so that my CO2 can go downwards. It'll be fine. In fact, I want this to be an airflow tile also. I'm changing it up this time. But that is a good tip. Thank you very much. It's a marker 98. How are you, by the way? I don't think I've ever seen you in this channel before. Actually, I know I haven't seen you in this channel because it tells me you've never been in this channel. Your room is green now? Nice. I'm trying to get my Discord to open. For some reason, it's not opening. You said you sent me a picture. It looks like a good start, Juna. A little bit of overkill on the ladders, but that's okay. I'm not going to judge you on that. I do overkill of lots of stuff. Okay, so we're gonna do plants up here, bathrooms over here. The question is how big do I want the bathrooms to be? Well, I guess I'm kind of limited. I need it. It has to be. Maximum size is 64 tiles. Okay. So. Right there. We're gonna do it from here. All right, so it's gonna be 2 more over. Got it. Man, research is just based on what your goals are. Like, if you have something you really need to do right away, focus on researching that. Otherwise, if I don't have any specific goals that I'm really trying to shoot towards, I kind of just generally go down the tree from top to bottom. That usually works out okay, though the middle is usually really the most important stuff. But don't do this level until, you know, these levels right here, until either. So if you look at the research, you can see that there's like 3 different types of research, right? There's the blue, the purple, and the yellow. So right now I can only do the blue ones, right? Because I don't have the supercomputer built yet. So I generally try to research the supercomputer first, which is going to be this one, unless I have some other goal. I appreciate that. Thank you. It's Marker. There's actually a lot of people in this chat who are very experienced with this game, which is awesome. I think that people that like this game and play it a lot tend to be the same kind of people. So we've all, over the last few years, we've all really made friends with each other. And it's awesome to meet another person that plays this game a lot, because they tend to be the kind of people we all get along with. So if you have 15,000 hours in this game, I think we all want to be your friend, is what I'm trying to say. Anyway, so Juna, to answer your question, probably the first thing you want to do is here, advanced research, so that you can get your supercomputer. Because once you have the supercomputer, you can do the purple research. But if you're not focusing specifically on getting that and then getting some of these, what I generally do as a strategy is I try to complete these all the way over. And then, you know, if I have the supercomputer, then I focus on these, you know, the ones that don't have the yellow, right? All the way down, just from top to bottom. And then once I have the yellow research, I do all those. But let's say I get all of these done and I don't have the supercomputer yet, which I wouldn't. I would have the supercomputer by then. But let's just say, for argument's sake, I don't yet have the supercomputer. I can then go into researching these, because your dupes will still do the blue research. They just won't do the purple because they don't have it yet. Once you build the supercomputer, you do all those. And let's say you don't have the yellow yet, you can kind of do the blue and yellow on these so that you can get it ready. And then later. What is that? That's new. Water fort? I don't remember that. It's been a while since I played. Well, probably, yeah, you want to just get to the supercomputer so that you can expand your options of what you want to research. Anemic, I don't like that. Shabby dresser's not that bad. Spying, cooking. We'll just get the sandstone. So yeah, like right now I'm gonna go ahead and do that to get the advanced. Put an airflow tile here. I'm gonna dig this down a little bit, and then we'll go across so that the CO2 can get out. I can do this too. We'll just do something like that. Yeah, that's what I just did. So if you go to the printing pod and you click on the little thing, it'll give you some things that you can spawn. You can spawn a new dupe, or you can spawn one of the resources that it gives you. I tend to avoid spawning new dupes until I'm actually making food. So you start out with a certain amount of food, just they give you food to start with to give you a little bit of a buffer until you start making your own food, which should be a priority for you. It should be like, your priority should be like bedrooms, toilets, water, right? Then then it should be oxygen and then food. But oxygen and food, kind of want to get them done around the same time because you don't want to run out of either. So like for my food, I will be going up here. And I may end up making like 2 bathrooms, so I'm gonna leave this space for a second bathroom. And this will be for my plants. Whoops. So right there. Do I have the Oni DLC? Yes. This is the skewed one from the lab, which I've never done before because it's new to me. I haven't played in a while. I guess they added that. Oh, what's that? Look at all that lava. Magma. Scary. Is that surrounded by abyssalite? I hope it's surrounded. It looks like it. It's not a mineral. It's, what is it? I guess it is a mineral? No, it's not. What the heck is abyssalite? I guess it's miscellaneous. Does look like it's surrounded completely. That's good. So the reason I was focused on the abyssalite there, Juna, is because this magma is super hot. If you look at it, it's what, 1694 C, a little toasty, but abyssalite is a really good insulator. So this abyssalite will keep the heat contained within there so that it won't come out. So if I look at the temperature display, you can see it's kind of an okay temperature around it, and then inside there it's like super hot. There's also some vacuum. Vacuum's really nice because heat cannot go into vacuum, which works. Vacuum's like perfect insulator. The abyssalite is not a perfect insulator, but it takes a very long time for the heat to go through the abyssalite to the other side. So it kind of is a perfect insulator. I think it's like what, the 3rd best insulator, but it's natural. You can't build it, of course. So if there was some way where, like, if there was a hole here, let's say this was like granite, right? If this tile right here was granite instead of abyssalite, then I would need to dig down here as fast as I possibly can and build some insulation right there, probably a couple tiles of insulation to stop the heat from getting out. I don't remember building with this abyssalite. But that probably was a thing, because I've been playing this game for like 4 years now. I just don't remember. I'm old. Okay, so I'm going to relocate the bathrooms. I'm going to do 4. Did I get any skill points yet? Yes, I did. Okay, cool. We want hard digging. Rowan, you're going to get the construction. And Juna, you're going to get research. There you go. So you see now I can dig these out because these were hard tiles. And it's the little diamond next to the icon tells you if it's like hard, super hard, or super duper hard. I think that's what it goes, right? Super hard, super duper hard, and then I guess hazmat. That's new to me too. What is corium? Wow, that's some angry looking carbon dioxide. Okay, so I got one of those built. Deconstruct that one. And that one. Anybody else remember the old days where you could build with Abyssite? I don't, but I believe that was a thing. Has it been an hour already? Jesus Christ. Is anybody here that's not stuck in the ads besides Juna? I guess Neo, too. It'd be really nice if VIPs didn't get ads. I would love that. I would make everybody a VIP. Two of 8. You must have a thing blocking it though. Let's see. 96 tiles. Farm station. Easy enough. Seven of 8. Welcome back, everybody, from the ads. I know it sucks to go through 3 minutes of ads, but if I don't do 3 minutes, then you get pre-rolls for the next, 30 minutes or whatever. And I hate pre-rolls. Personally, as a viewer, I think pre-rolls are the worst because, if you go into a channel and you want to see what the channel's about, you're not gonna, I don't know about you guys, but I don't hang out for the ads. If I go into a channel and there's advertisements playing, I leave, right? And then I never find out if it's a channel I want to actually hang out in. So I hate pre-rolls. So that's why I do the 30 minutes. Or I mean the 3 minutes of ads so that nobody coming in here as a new person will see a bunch of advertisements. Why is that open? And deconstruct these. And up here, I'm gonna do some planters. All right, it's Marker. Thanks for coming by. If you want to know whenever I go live, because I don't follow a strict schedule, probably good to follow the channel. I used to let people know in the Discord every time I go live, but I've been really sporadic about that. So, but the Discord's always an option too, I guess. Okay. All right, so we're down to here. I'm gonna need this pool to be 27 and 3, 6. So 27, 28, 29, 30, 31, 32, 33. Then 39, 40, 46. I need 46 more tiles down here. I've already got some. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, 13, 14. 17, 18, 19, 20, 21, 22, 23, 24, 25, 26, 27, 28, 29, 30, 31, 33, 35, 40. Is there a way to remove CO2? Yeah, there are multiple ways of doing it. There is... what is it called? I can't even remember. I can't remember the name of it. There's a bunch of different things that eat CO2. So it's not liquids, it's gases. Oh yeah, carbon skimmer right here. There's a carbon skimmer. But carbon skimmer can be a little bit annoying to work with because it produces like polluted water, I think, and it needs water, if I remember right. Where is it? Where'd it go? Right here. Yeah, it uses water. Which, you know, you probably don't want to do right away because you don't have renewable water. There's also plants that eat. There's a plant that eats carbon dioxide, turns it into oxygen. But you probably don't have that. It's called the oxyfern. There are critters that eat CO2 and produce oil, which can be really nice. Why does it say, oh, Didn't mean to select that. But the main thing at the beginning to do for CO2 is just give it a pathway. Just give it a way to be able to go downwards. Like I said, you know how I opened this up? So now you can see that the CO2 has left this room and has gone down here. And it also pushed that oxygen up. So in the beginning, the best thing you can do for CO2 is just dig downwards. Open places up below your base so the CO2 has somewhere to go. But don't open it up so big that your oxygen goes down there too. So you kind of got to balance it, right? So that's the main thing. And then later on, you can figure out other ways to deal with the CO2 if you need to. Yeah, I see what you're saying. Your oxygen level is also really low. You should build... Oh, you do have an oxylite thing. Okay, all right, you do have an oxygen maker. That's good. But of course, it's probably overpressured and it's not producing oxygen. So yeah, you want to dig downwards. Also, it looks like you have... can I make this full screen? It's not letting me, is it? Yeah, so there's some oxygen over here. You could dig over there and get that oxygen coming out. But I think the big thing is you want to, I would dig down to maybe this room right here. Just take a ladder straight down there to give your CO2 somewhere to go. Anywhere else that you have any open pockets below that you can just dig to give it somewhere to go. But yeah, you definitely have a bit of an issue here, don't you? Oh shit. What happened? You can still hear me, right? God damn it. Professional streamer here, guys. You have to build one more wire. That'll definitely help because it'll increase the pressure of the oxygen up here, which will push the CO2 down. But you need somewhere for the CO2 to be able to go. One problem is I can't see the pressure. I can't see if this is like high pressure or not, and that'll be a big factor for you. So, like if this is low pressure, it can compress, and it's not as big of a worry, right? Because the CO2 will spread. But if you have oxygen, the oxygen will push it down and it can compress into like a smaller tile. But there's a maximum amount of CO2 that can fit in a tile. So like, for instance, right here, I think it's 1 kilogram, right? About there. But if you look at that, you can see that there's 931 grams. But if I go up here, it's only like 800 grams. So this could actually compress down a little bit if I had more oxygen to push it downwards. I don't remember, what's the maximum amount of carbon dioxide in a tile? Is it like 4 kilograms or 1 kilogram? I think it's like 4, right? 4 or 5 for gases. Something like that. It's like 200 grams. Yeah, so the main thing is you need to start making oxygen so that it'll push that CO2 down. And you'll have oxygen to actually breathe. So looking at your image here, you've got barely any oxygen up here. The pressure is really low. So get that oxygen maker working, and hopefully your dupes don't die. You might want to, like, maybe as an emergency measure, build 2 cots up here, like one here and one here, right? And deconstruct these cots that you have down here. That way your guys will sleep up here in the oxygen. Does that make sense? Back to the game. Yeah, I'm just saying, if it doesn't improve fast enough, build some cots up there so that your guys will sleep up above, where there is actually oxygen at. Because it's going to take a while for it to push the CO2 down. I don't know if I want to build a farm station in there yet, because that's going to use up my fertilizers. Well, I don't even have it anyway. Let's make this a little bit higher priority. All right, so in here we're just going to build or do mealwood, and I plant mealwood in one of these, and then I can do copy settings and drag it over, and now it'll do mealwood in all of them. And that's going to be our food source for a while, because I end up getting really lazy with the food. Reed fiber is going to be nice and accessible. I like that. Oh yeah. We're gonna need ladder going out to here, and maybe just down to there. But yeah, your issue with the CO2 and the oxygen, that's what I'm talking about with this game being sort of iterative in that you hello Pymus, how are you? So algae is what you use to make oxygen with the diffuser. So you see the description says converts large amounts of algae into oxygen. How do you guys pronounce it? Is it algae or algae? So like for me, I'm gonna build a diffuser, probably, I don't know, right here. Might as well just do that now. And when you do your power, always put a battery with it. So the battery is gonna store up that power. That way you don't have to have a dupe on your manual generator all the time. I'm really good, Primus. I'm glad to be playing Oni again. I like this game. I get burnt out, and then I come back to it like a year later. And everybody gets upset with me because I don't play Oni. Brute force requirement I will need some point soon. Probably should do this. Yeah, I wanna get to this quickly. I need the water sieve too. That's gonna be my next goal. So, Juna, also to answer your question, algae's these green, this stuff right here. And the thing about algae, or algae, is it's kind of limited, right? When you start on most map types, your like sort of home base biome is going to have a certain amount in it, you know, like these chunks here and this chunk and these chunks and all of that, right? Here and here. But once you use all that up, it gets a little bit rare and you don't see much of it anymore after that. After that, it's like you'll just see like these little pieces right here, and it'll be like this here too. But it'll be surrounded by slime, and so, you know, that causes issues all on its own. So like, yeah, once you use up these big chunks of algae, then you end up with only like, you know, this little guy here and this little guy here. You know, it becomes a very limited resource. So it's a kind of a buffer. Like at the beginning, you start with your oxylite. The oxylite gives you oxygen to get far enough to start making oxygen with algae. And then your algae will only carry you so far before you have to start making oxygen some other way. And there's multiple ways to making oxygen. The standard, like that most people do, is you build something using an electrolyzer. There's these builds that are called self-powered oxygen makers, which are really clever, and you can find many examples of it online. I don't know if I'm going to do a spam. Spams are fun, but I've also done them so many times that, like, I mean, they are fun, and they take a lot of work to get to because there's a lot of requirements to be able to make one that you need to solve before you can even build one. But I also really enjoy like just converting polluted water into oxygen, especially if I got a renewable source of polluted water. Polluted water is a great source of making oxygen because it emits polluted oxygen. You just have to find a way to clean that polluted oxygen. And the cool thing is they actually added the sublimation stations, which makes oxygen from polluted dirt, which if you have a lot of polluted dirt, that's really good to use. Some biomes have a lot, some don't. I'm not seeing any polluted dirt right now. So like, there's lots of different ways. Algae terrariums are good, but they're like, you want them to be in light. There's other issues with using these. They're not super efficient, but also they deal with CO2, which is kind of nice. I could build like an algae terrarium down here and it'll eat up some of this CO2 and make oxygen. But it uses up algae, you know, relatively fast. Yeah, I love this game, Primus. There's so much about this game that's awesome. It's like, I love the combination of like a very intelligent game where you have to really think about what you're doing to play it properly. But with also the really cute, kooky animations and drawings and the art style. I love this art style from clay. One of my favorite things. All right, so my next goal is to take care of this water, to get it down here. I think I might make this its own little reservoir. I guess I should be thinking about that steam up there, but I'm really hoping to find another source of water somewhere. Man, there's so many shine bugs in there. That's ridiculous. So I don't know. I'm hoping for a different source of water. I hate dealing with steam vents. I think they're extremely annoying. Well, let's see. Do I want to dig this out? I don't want that CO2 coming out. I kind of have to because I forgot to build the roof first. I guess I'll do that. Plus, it'll get me access to this algae. Nobody answered my question. How do you pronounce it? Do you do algae, number 1, or algae, number 2? I want to make that floor a little bit higher priority, or ceiling. That's almost dug out. You know what? I'm gonna do this too. Might as well. And then we're gonna go right up through there. And like that. Before that, I need to make sure this gets dug out. I guess it doesn't really matter because the overflow would just go up the ladder. Also, what speed do you guys like to play the game on? Sometimes I always play it on a higher speed. Sometimes I really enjoy just playing it at a normal speed. I know it's much more efficient to play at the normal speed. You're a speed 1 person? Yeah, I think speed 1's probably the best. I mean, the higher speeds are great for when you're impatient, but it also means that, like, it's not as efficient. You don't get nearly as much done. Next thing you know, it's like cycle 50 and you've barely gotten anything done. So these are growing, and you can see that their growth level, if you put your mouse over it, it'll say like growing 34%, so on. Before those grow out fully, I'm gonna need to build something for them, which is the microbe musher. I think I'll just put it right there. This is all just temporary. Alright, let's dig this out. Here comes the water. Well, maybe not. Oh, come on, Stinky. What do you need oxygen for? I'm out of coffee. Also, I have all these fruit snacks right here that I've been ignoring. Oh, fuck. Man, I am so clumsy today. It's okay, I caught it. Anyway, I cut up this big bowl of fruit. I haven't been eating it. It's my breakfast. So good. Grapes, strawberries, and peaches. Now that I've actually got food and oxygen going, I can probably do another dupe. But I don't like any of these guys. Bottomless stomach's terrible. Flatulent is fun, but terrible. Small bladder's terrible. So I guess we're getting some rust. I should probably move where I am on the camera. I used to have a thing for it. Do I still have that? Where is it? Huh. I had a little thing for my camera to sit on. What happened to it? Well. Oops. I guess I miscalculated. It's fine. After restart, your dupe died? Well, like I said, it's all about learning and improving and trying again and getting better each time. Eventually, you get to a point where, like, your first 60 cycles, you're always doing the same thing, because you know what works and what doesn't. But that's totally normal to have to restart your game. I mean, you can try to power through it, but probably whatever caused your dupe to die is still an issue, so it's up to you, of course. So how did your dupe die? Was it oxygen related? Or did they get trapped? Because it's usually either oxygen or they get trapped, or they get trapped in somewhere where there's no oxygen, which is pretty much it. Or, you know, if it's me, I dropped them in some magma and they died that way. I've also murdered dupes on purpose. That's a thing I have done. It was trapped in a CO2 pocket. Yeah. I mean, you know, if your base is doing okay and it was just a mistake, you can just wait until the next printing pod and print out another dupe for you. It's not the end of the world if one dies. It is always a good idea to put a tasteful memorial somewhere so that you can bury the body. That way, you know, your dupes don't get all depressed because they're constantly walking by the body of their dead friend. So this room should be good now. Yep. What about a distasteful memorial? Well, wouldn't that just be like, can you actually do that? I forget what they're called. Is it display? Like the pedestals? Can you put a dupe body in a pedestal? I guess that would be a distasteful memorial, wouldn't it? Well, of course there's a mod. There's always a mod. All right. We need to explore a little bit. Do we go up, down, right, left? So I'm a little confused because if this is a skewed, like the map's turned on its side, then you would think that the oil would be like over here or over here. But then there's magma right here. Is the magma just because of the petrified fossil? It does look like this thing is contained entirely. Yeah. So I'm not sure what direction I need to go to find oil. Do know I'm gonna seal this off. Probably like this. And I guess we'll go this way. Now, I'm tempted to go this way to get the neural vacillator and see what else is over there. But I think I'm gonna go this way. That's my first instinct. Is to do the opposite of what I think is the right thing to do. So do not trust my judgment. I don't want to expose all of this stuff. So we're gonna put a manual airlock right here. That'll keep my oxygen from spreading this way and being wasteful. And of course I will go this way too. So I gotta think about how I want to do that. I think I'll just put a manual airlock right there. Oh, research is done. Good. We want... I did get the supercomputer, yep. So the next thing I want is this over here, which means I need the supercomputer. Teleporter. Okay, dokie. How do I want to get through there? Some slime in the way. I guess through here. We'll get some polluted water. It'll just go down here and get mopped. But first... Okay, so it's only slime, there's no slime lung in the air, it's just in these. So it's fine. I'm not going to stress about slime lung anyway. If it does end up getting out, whatever. Slime lung's not nearly as terrible as it used to be. A long time ago, slime lung was, like when it first came out, it was really bad. You had to be super careful about it. But then they made it a lot easier. But I think a lot of us still have that slime lung PTSD, where we're just like super paranoid about it, even though we don't have to be. I'm trying to get over that. Let's do ladders. Eventually I am going to want to... Actually, let's just do this. I want to watch this video. Just because they're so cute. I love it. It's so good. Those tutorial videos are amazing. I wish more games did stuff like that. I don't think this battery's working out anymore. We need a bigger one. You're gonna need a bigger battery. Too bright? Why? Oh, this guy. That's annoying. Meteor showers. Oh no. It's not really an oh no. I don't have anything up there. Wait a minute. Does the meteors come this way? It's a good question. I don't know what's down anyway. Is this down? Is that down? We'll find out, I guess. Okay, that's weird. I got a message on my phone saying you have new messages. Open your SMS app. All right. Okay, so here we're gonna, no, not mush bars. We're gonna do lice loaf forever. So, I don't know where you're at, Juna, as far as your playthrough goes, but once you start your plants growing, you'll do mealwood probably because that's what everybody does. Eventually, you'll want to do something else because mealwood doesn't give you very good morale. Plus, it's uses up a lot of resources. But for the mealwood, you need the microbe musher, and you make lice loaf, and you can just set it to make it forever, and that'll basically just be whoever's your and it uses meal lice and water, which the meal lice grows from these mealwood, and that'll make it so whoever's your cook will, whenever they have those available, they'll go ahead and make those things. Okay, found some ice biome. That's good. So, Juna, as you play the game later on, or whatever, and you run into issues, like I said, I'll try to pay attention to the Discord, but I'm going to have a busy day today. So, hopefully, maybe some of the other experienced people could pay attention too. But you can always come in to Discord, and we have the Oxygen Not Included channel in there. And if you have issues, you can ask in there, and somebody hopefully will help. 'Cause I will be stopping streaming probably in another hour or so. I think I need another dupe. So this water I'm going to mop up. A lot of it's going to fall down here. But whatever doesn't fall, I'm going to mop. Because your dupes don't like walking through water. And it's good to keep your dupes happy. I'm not going to read that. Ceiling robot. I think I'm going to keep this room. I'm not going to deconstruct any of this because it looks cool. Oh, you can see the destination? Rosato. Our largest partially frozen world with a radioactive core. Steam vent, hydrogen, iron volcano, aluminum volcano. Yeah, we're definitely going to want to go here soon. So why does it let me see the surface of here, but I can't see the surface of here? Huh? That's kind of rude. Screw it. We're doing it. It's not that much space. I want to see what's up there. I should probably block this thing off. It is making water. It's hot. I'm definitely going to spawn another dupe. Probably this next cycle, unless they're all terrible choices. I think it would be wise to have a fourth dupe. Okay. So I think we'll go through here. This should probably be a little bit higher priority. Not sure why they haven't been using the generator. I don't want to deal with the poker shells, so we'll go around them. A new Oni player. That's correct. I've never played this game before, Emily. Can you offer me lots of unsolicited advice? Preferably if it's really bad advice. I shouldn't be so snarky. I actually do appreciate that people want to be helpful. Welcome back, Juna. I really do appreciate it when people are helpful. I probably shouldn't be snarky about that. Cat, unpause the game. The cat's trying to kill your dupes. Take every dupe as early as possible to build up a great workforce. Okay. So like every 3 cycles I should just select a new dupe? Goddamn advertisements. Stupid advertisements. Does that mean I've been streaming for 3 hours? It does. Okie. Should you get the DLC? I don't know. You don't need it. Wow, that's a lot of sand. I mean, I don't know how to answer that question, Juna. I mean, you'll see me doing stuff in this playthrough that won't make sense to you without the DLC, but you don't need it to enjoy the game. I played this game for a long time without the DLC. Is everybody back from the ads now? Well, the downside to using it, okay, so the upside from my perspective is that if you're watching me play, you'll see me, use things like these, which are DLC specific, and it'll make sense, right? Because those will be in your game too. The downside to that is it adds a complication to the game. These are going to make the game more complicated for you. It may be better to start without the DLC until you master the game. And then you can add this, because these will make the game harder and more complicated, right? I mean, harder if you don't ignore them. But if, like Tech Guy said, play the base game first to get used to the game before you get the DLC, because the DLC isn't needed. It's not necessary. It adds more complicated stuff. Because what this does is it basically lets you go to, like, you'll have multiple colonies, and that makes it complicated. So I would master the base game before getting the DLC. And the only thing that really makes this complicated really is, well, you can ignore it. You don't have, like, you could play the classic mode and you can just ignore it entirely. You'll have basically all the resources you need on the map that you start with. But if you play like anything other than the classic mode, then what happens is your starting maps are going to be missing some resources that you need. And so you'll go to these other asteroids to get those resources, which, like I said, makes it more complicated, right? More stuff to keep track of. Plumbing and electrical things. Well, I mean, it depends. Like with the electrical, what do you mean by issues with electrical? Like, do you have the basics down and you just need to understand like the higher end electricity, like doing like power spines and stuff like that? Or like, I'm not sure what you need tips on. Oh, you get a lot of overload. Well, the main thing about overload is like, don't overload. Sorry, I don't mean to sound that way, but you know, if you mouse over the wire, you can see the potential load and then the current load. You can even go over your potential load as long as you don't use the machines all at the same time. If you have like machines that run constantly on the same wire, you definitely don't want to go over the 1000 watts. You can just do multiple wires for that. And later, it's hard for me to demonstrate because I don't have the research yet, but later on, you can actually prevent overload from happening entirely by using transformers. But like, that's kind of a later on thing. Like, I'm not even close to using transformers yet. But the main thing is just look at what the wire can do. See, it says 1000 watts, right? And there's a potential load of 540 watts. That's because I have this machine on here doing 120 watts, this one doing 60, this one doing 120, this one doing 240. That should add up to 540. 2, 3, 4, yeah, 540. And then, you know, have batteries on your line. You, like I said, you can put more than the 1000 watts for the basic wire. You also have the conductive wire, which can do 2000 watts, which, to be able to build conductive wire, you need refined metals. And to do refined metals, you use, I don't have it researched yet, but you use this guy right here. At first, you use the rock crusher. You don't want to use the rock crusher too much because it's inefficient. It uses only half of the metal. To, like, it basically takes twice as much ore to make the same amount of refined metal as it would with the what is it called? The other thing that refines metal, which is harder to build. I'm so good at this. Should be here. Where is it? Anyway, it's the refinery. I think it's called a metal refinery, right? Yeah, metal refinery, right there. That thing's harder to build because it's got a lot of issues, but that thing is more efficient. It doesn't use up all your raw metal. But you use the rock crusher at first, just to make enough so that you can get by, and then you can do your 2,000 watt wires. You don't want to mix the refined wires with the unrefined wires, because, well, you can, but if you go over the 1,000 watts, it'll strain it and the weak wires will break first. Right, like Emily said. So you try to upgrade your wires all at once. But the main thing is like, for this, I probably won't add much more to this right here, right? This is just fine. If I need another machine, like if I need to, I don't know, make another oxygen generator down here, I'll just do another battery and manual generator. And it'll just be its own grid. And you asked about plumbing. I need to get one of these dupes. What are you struggling with the pipes and the plumbing? Is it just like the flow issues, like how you get it to flow one direction versus the other and stuff like that? 'Cause that's always tricky until you get used to it. Caregiver, green thumb, no artistry, operating and researching. That could be good. The operating, at least. Plant murder and building. I don't like that. Supplying, ranching. That's decent. Art fundamentals is okay. I will be doing that, setting up a sieve pretty soon, actually. I'm trying to get that research done. So I'm going to build my bathrooms up here. I'll kind of give you the basic idea, because I think I got most of the research done now. So I'm going to be doing lavatories. And sinks. So like so. And then with that, so the white ones are the in, the green ones are the out. So we're gonna go out. So I might get this wrong. Emily or whoever else is paying attention, tell me if I'm doing this wrong, because I haven't played this game in like a year. So this is gonna be my in. And then, where do I want to put the sieve? I don't have room for it in the room itself. Actually, this isn't going to work. Okay, it's too much. I want decoration in there too. Okay, so let's build the room first. It's going to be like this. It's all wrong. Boom. Okay, so this room specifically is this size because it's 64 tiles, which is the maximum size that you can have a latrine, right? It's the maximum size is 64. So in here, I am going to do I'm gonna do like this, and then it's in medicine sinks, like that. And actually, I think I can get away with moving them over. do like that. And oops, it's in medicine. We're gonna do boom, boom, boom. Okay. Might put a shower in the middle. So I'll put like a, I don't have it right now, but I'm gonna put like a sculpture here and a sculpture here for decoration purposes. Maybe like a painting right here, or a latrine or a shower. I'm not sure. I just want to have some room for stuff. Okay. So let's figure out. I might want to do it the other way. Where am I going to put my sieve at? I guess I'll put it up here. It's actually going to be for how many can I put on a sieve? Do you guys know off the top of your head? I can put what? 3, 6, 12. I could put 12 on one sieve, I think. Many. Okay. Yeah. So where am I going to put it? So I'm building this room of bathrooms first, and then I'll build this room of bathrooms second. That way I don't, the dupes will still have somewhere to go to the bathroom while this is building. So you'll want 2 lines of pipes, right? And then your input. Okay. I guess the room can double up as like maybe my generator room for the manual generators or something. I'm not sure. But this sieve will have to go up here. So we'll put, have I got that research done yet? Where is it at? I don't think it's done yet. Yeah, it's not done yet. I still need the research done. So I'm gonna go ahead and prioritize this. Also, I need to print out one of these guys. Which one? Let's do Turner. So anyway, my sieve is gonna go up here. As soon as I get the research done, I'll do the rest of this build. It's not super complicated. It's just you need a bridge to allow the water to flow and overflow. Is the main thing. And then you'll have to prime it, which is pretty easy. You just put a pump somewhere and pump water in. But once it's primed, you can disconnect that and it should run on its own without anything else. And I think what I'll do is, as a temporary measure, is I'll just put like 3 or 4 batteries up here and a couple of the manual generators. Every morning they'll fill those batteries up, and that should be good enough until we have better power generation. And I'll use those batteries for this too. You basically, you don't want it to run out of power, right? Because you don't want there to be no, well, if it can run for a little while without power, your guys will still be able to use the bathrooms. but you want to make sure it does have a decent power source. I'm gonna put it on the same grid as these. The thing is I think about not just when it comes to the power. I'm okay with putting the load possibly even over the 1,000 watts, as long as I know the machines are not going to be used all at the same time. That's the main thing. So like the power, the sieve is only going to run in the mornings when the dupes go to the bathroom. The rest of the time it's not going to run, so it's not going to draw power, which means it won't be adding to the load on the grid. Yeah, that's what I was trying to say, Emily, is like if you do lose power to your sieve, you're kind of okay for a little bit until you can figure out what's going on with the power. Because your toilets can still run as long as the pipes don't get blocked. But yeah, once I get these built with the sieve and they're running good, I'll build these ones and then I'll have 12, 6 toilets and 6 sinks. And that should be plenty. I could probably do like 12 dupes off of that. Just need to get that research done. Is it done? I think it just got done. Where are the sieves at? I don't think it's done. It's still going. Why is it Turner's not doing that? Turner should be doing the research also. Oh, he doesn't have the advanced. So really, Juna should be doing the supercomputer. Oh, the advanced is already done. It's the novice that's not done. Oh. Okay. Let's build out this room, because I'm going to need this room up here. I'm going to make all of this a little bit higher priority, because I do want to get it done before that research finishes. I think I'll be smart about this. We'll do the top level first. Looks like it's fine. Some dude probably snuck over there and put water in it after you saw that. So I do my rooms 4 tall because pretty much every building is always 4 tall. 3 to 4. I think there's one that's 5. I forget what it's called. It's a building that you hardly ever use anyway. So who gets to go in the vacillator? Should we put Juna in there? I think Juna should go in there. And then I'll just forget about him and he'll die, right? I don't know how many times I've done that. At least 5 times that I've killed a dupe in one of these things. Make you a storage bin, please. I don't have any storage bins. I've got this thing. There you go. Or do you want an actual storage bin? Because I can do that too, I guess. I do need to build some. Are you just trying to get me to build storage bins? I'm on to you. I probably should, though. So at the beginning, what you can do with the polluted water is you can take a bottle emptier, because you can mop the polluted water right into bottles, and then you can put like, you can make like a little closed off room somewhere. You know, you could do like something like this, right? With like, say, a lock. I'm not going to actually build these, I'm just demonstrating. But say this is like a sealed off room in here. So then you can store your polluted water into here, right? Because I think you just want to get rid of the polluted water because it's letting out the dirty, polluted oxygen, right? Which is actually fine. It's just ugly. I mean, it increases germs, but germs aren't that big of a deal. But if you don't like the way it looks and you want to deal with them, you can do this, which is where you can just kind of empty it. So when you build the bottle emptier, you can set it. I have to actually build it so that I can show you. But I don't want it there. So anyway, you can make a room that's sealed off with like a manual airlock or whatever, if that's what you want to do. And then, so let me build one here. Okay, so say you built your little sealed off room for where you want to store your polluted oxygen at, or polluted water at. Then you build your bottle emptier. In here, you're going to have options for what is allowed to go there. You can do polluted water or regular water. So you would select polluted water. This will make it so that they'll just automatically, whenever they feel like it, because dupes just, you know, do things on their own priority, right? I mean, you set priorities, but you know what I mean. And they'll pick up the polluted water and they'll put it in there. Or the other option you can do is you can do sweep only. And what that means is they won't just automatically take this water and put it in there. You have to actually give it a sweep command, which is down here. Which one? Which one? This one, which I use the shortcut K. So I would go like this. See how it's white? That means you can do it. And then they'll sweep it to this bottle, and then the water will drain out and go down here. See, I kind of have an ad hoc one going right here. So if I wanted to, I could do that, and all these polluted bottles would get emptied down into this room. In fact, I'll just go ahead and do that. Why not? I'm not sealing it up, but it'll give them a place to put it. But you can also think of, and then if you want, you can get rid of the polluted oxygen by using, I don't think I've researched it yet. There's deoxidizers that they clean it. I actually like polluted water because it's a great source of oxygen. It's free oxygen. So here I'm going to do polluted water, and then whenever they feel like it, they'll put some bottles in there. Like June is going to do it number 4 on his errand list. And then it'll empty down to here. And this is kind of great right here because there's so much oxygen or carbon dioxide. The pressure's high enough that this water cannot, oh, actually it can. Okay, so never mind. But if the pressure was high enough, it wouldn't be able to emit the polluted oxygen. And to answer your question, you need the deodorizer. That's what it's called. Which they take 5 watts to run. Plus they use clay, I think. Or no, they make clay. They use dirt right here. I'll probably research those next. See, that's for polluted dirt, unless I'm using a sublimation station, I will, I'll just put them in water somewhere so that they won't emit. So a lot of times what I'll do is when I make this little room for my polluted water, I will also put a storage bin in there. And then I'll set that storage bin to only be polluted dirt. Slime, I generally don't dig until I'm ready for it. So like this slime here, I just leave it there. I just don't dig it until, you know, I don't have a choice. Okay, my research is done. So yeah, here I'm gonna get that deodorizer next because I do want those. But we've got our sieves now, which are, where are they at? Refinement? Yeah, water sieve. We're just gonna put one right up here. So this thing's gonna actually make polluted water also. But I'm not gonna send it all the way over here. Well, maybe I will. It's not that far. For now, it's a temporary measure, I guess. All right. So here's how the pipes are gonna go. For the output, it's pretty easy. You just output it, right? I can't remember now. I have to look. All right, there it is. What's the name of the... Isn't there... Is there a non-fandom wiki for Oxygen for Oni? So this is the image that I'm going to reference because I can never remember how it goes. But okay. So this is easy enough. This is just going to be the output. So oops. You don't have to have a water reservoir. It's just a safety feature. Yeah, I thought there was one that was an alternative to the fandom one, because the fandom one's full of ads. It's annoying as hell. Okay. So basically you're just gonna have a bridge. I'm gonna do like this just because it's easier to see, but normally I would do like this. So you're gonna have this is the polluted water coming out, right? So it's gonna come out, go through here. It's gonna go into the bridge. The bridge is gonna allow your excess to overflow. So thank you, Emily. So here's your polluted water. It's gonna come out of the toilets into here, up to here, and you want it to go into the input of the sieve. But before you go into the input of the sieve, you're going to go into a bridge. This is the bridge right here. The bridges allow you to overflow. So what happens is you go into the bridge. That's simple enough. And then you're going to go out and into the sieve, right? And then you're just going to have another line coming out here. It's pretty easy. So the reason why this works is because water prioritizes bridges first. So it'll go into the bridge, and then the priority is the bridge first. So if there's room, if this is not full, right? So if there's no water in this pipe, this pipe, this pipe, nothing in here, there's room in here, right? If there's somewhere for the water to go to, right? So if it's not full all the way up to here, to this pipe, then this bridge is going to have priority. The water is going to go into the bridge, come out the out, and into your machine, in this case, the sieve. If this is full, yeah, but it's good to know how the bridges work. And it's just easier to understand, because bridges give priority. Anytime there's a bridge on a line, it has higher priority than anything after the bridge, is basically the idea. It's anywhere that there's if you want to be technical, it's anywhere that there's an input that has the higher priority. So like Emily's saying, you could just go into the input of the sieve and then out, and it'll have higher priority. But you use bridges to control priority in other places. So this is like kind of your first exposure to using a bridge for that purpose. And so it's just good to have it. And the other thing that's nice about bridges is you can deconstruct them without water going all over the place. Help pipes getting clogged up. Well, it controls the flow. So sometimes the water can get a little bit confused and try to flow the opposite direction. But if you have a bridge on there, it's going to flow towards the bridge. I think that might be what you're talking about, tech guy. But here we're using it for priority. So basically it just means that the water is going to go in here. It's going to come out the output and go into the sieve. It's going to have a higher priority, right? But if that is full, if the sieve isn't like overloaded and it's not done doing its job yet and everything's full, or maybe dirt hasn't been supplied to it or it ran out of power or whatever, instead the water is going to overflow and come out this pipe here. And this pipe, I'm going to go and just send it right across. Whoops. So for now, just as a sort of a temporary measure, actually I don't want to do that. Cancel that. I want to go here. Let's do this. Boom. So I'm going to have all my excess come out here. So it's basically, that's pretty much it, right? And then here's the out from the sieve. So it's going to go out here. So once this is primed, and you'll prime it by putting a little bit of water in here on the clean side, or you can put some polluted water in here and let it go through the sieve. It doesn't really matter. You just need a little bit of water to get it started. You mean over here? I just put a vent. One of these guys, a liquid vent. That way the water has somewhere to go. If there's no vent, no water will flow down here because there's nowhere to go. Water always flows towards outs. So, oh shit, that's an... Why is that white? Oh, I guess it's technically it's an out, but it's an input. Whatever. It's input from the pipe and it goes out the machine, which is the vent. But water will always flow towards the white, basically. So after the bridge, if this is all gets full of polluted water, the excess will flow out here and down here, and it'll come out here, and it'll just drop down here. Does that make sense? Now, the way I'm actually going to build it, because it's just a little bit more elegant, is I'm going to put the bridge down here. So I like to do like this. It's just harder to see. And then the out from this is going to go into there. And boom. So once this is all built, I'll prime it and you'll see it in action. When you do this, there's always, it's going to produce excess polluted. It'll always produce more water than it takes in, which is why it works. So it's kind of a source of free water because it creates more water than... It may actually balance out. No, actually, well, if you consider the water that's used to make the food and then the dupes eat the food, and it may actually balance out and not actually be making new water. But the machine itself actually does, once it's primed, always make more water than it uses. So eventually this does get full and then it overflows. It just takes a while. But at some point it does get full, it'll overflow and go down to here. Unless you put a lot of toilets on it. At some point you'll put so many toilets on it that it won't make more water than the toilets use if you have enough dupes. But that's really hard to get to. You got to put a lot on there. That's still priority. And this is going to need power. And the other thing I like to do is, so water sieves, they use sand. So what I do is I build a storage right next to it. But bridges are really, really useful. You use them constantly. I mean, pretty much every build involving water, you use a bridge. Bridges are a great way to just control priority. So what gets chosen first, and also to control flow direction. If you're having issues where your water's flowing the wrong direction and you can't figure out why, sometimes you can just slap a bridge on there and it'll be like, yep, okay, the water's going to go towards the bridge. Until you get what, you know, until you like have a more intuitive understanding of what's happening with the water flow. A lot of times just the quick answer is put a bridge on there. And in fact, when I prime this, I'm going to use a bridge too. The nice thing about bridges is you can also deconstruct them and they don't spill water all over the place. So I'm going to prime it right here. I'm going to go, that's going to go right to that line. And then I'm going to build pipe out and down to here. And I'm going to put a pump. Actually, I'll make it one lower. Cancel. Why is it not canceling? That's annoying. Put a pump right here. Boom. And this whole thing right here is temporary. So I'm not gonna build a battery or connect it to the grid or anything like that. I'm just gonna go boom and boom, and they'll just pump some water in there. Technically, you only need a tiny bit. You could put one packet of water in there and eventually it'll be enough that the sieve will make, like I said, the sieve always makes more water than what's get used. So eventually you'll have enough water for the whole thing to work. But of course, I don't want to wait that long. So I'm just going to fill all of that up with water. Man, they are not making food. Come on, guys. I need a cook. I think I'm going to have to spawn another dupe. Okay, so this storage right here, now that it's built, I'm going to go to filtration medium and sand. And then they'll, you know, when they're collecting up sand, like there's probably a bunch of sand like right here. Yeah, there's 8.5 tons of sand right there. They'll collect all that sand up and they'll put it in the storage bin. And that's a really good thing because then whenever they need to resupply this with more sand, they just have to grab it from this storage bin and put it in there. Makes it quicker, easier, more efficient. That's a really good thing to do in this game. Is that if you have a building that needs a specific ingredient to run, put storage next to it with that ingredient in it. Makes your dupes work less, right? Because you don't want your dupes every time they're supplying that to come down here and grab some sand, come all the way up here, put it in. It's just a waste, right? And if you can fill up the storage bin with it, then it's much better. So I think the rest of this room, I'm going to just, for now, I'm going to put a couple batteries in here. I think 2 is probably fine. And then I'll put a couple generators. And then I'll connect all of this into one grid. This is all temporary. Eventually I'll have a much better power grid built. It's kind of interesting. I feel like, you know, there is a lot to learn with this game, but it's not all of it has like a real one-to-one relationship with the real world, but it does have a kind of an adjacent relationship to the real world. Like the way pressures work, it's not the same, but it's kind of the same idea, so that as you learn this game, you're actually learning a bit about how the real world works, or vice versa. Like if you have a really good understanding of how the real world works, you can apply that to this game, which is why a lot of engineers love to play this game. There are 2 engineers that I know of in this chat three engineers in my chat right now that I know of that play this game a lot. Because engineers, you know, that's what they like to do. Yeah, I know I haven't said anything for those storage bins yet. I have no idea, or I haven't. I've just been lazy, talking too much. So what I usually do for these kind of storage bins is I'll go to all, but then I'll go down and I'll go to like the organic and I'll take the polluted dirt off. And sometimes like I'll take oxylite out of there maybe. And then that should be good. And then I'll just take that setting and I'll copy it and apply it to all the others. Oh yeah, you're right. Turn the sand off too. Smart. Thank you. Where is the sand at? It's filtration medium right there. Copy those settings. Boom. Guess we'll put a door here too. Might as well. I don't think they can get to those. I guess we'll just do this. Yeah, it's not Emily. No. It's almost Emily. I think in another life I should have been an engineer. I seem to always end up becoming friends with engineers. My roommate's an engineer. Do showers have a use case? They improve morale. They also clean germs. I usually have at least one shower. What I'll do is I'll probably put one here at some point. I'm not going to do it now, but what I like to do is I'll create multiple schedules. I'll have like 2 or 3 schedules for like work, so that even at night people will be working, and then I'll create a 4th schedule that I call like downtime or vacation, and that schedule is when my dupes tend to, you know, like take showers and play video games and stuff like that, so that they can recover and get their morale back. In fact, I probably still have a give dupes a vacation channel point redeem, which please don't do that because I'm not ready for that yet, but I think it's still there in the options. Yes, picking up debris do help because they lower your decor. So, like, you see the decor. This is kind of a bad example because these toilets have bad decor too. But you can see, like, where all these debris are. There's decor malice to them. Like, there's a lot of debris right here because there's, like, that 8 tons of sand that fell down there. And that's why that's so bright right there. So yeah, it's good to sweep up, especially in your bedrooms, right? Like, I should be doing this to make sure that my dupes are not sleeping in a room full of debris. That's a really good thing. It's also good to, like, make sure you don't have debris here, like around your research station, because your dupes spend a lot of time there. That kind of thing. Yeah, debris are definitely good to pick up. I don't like prioritize picking up debris because I have other priorities. But eventually I try to get everything collected into storage. It's especially in bedrooms. Like, it kind of sucks to like build some nice decoration in your bedrooms and then like your decor is still bad because you got a bunch of debris in there. But I need to get some decor items too. I want a planter. That's what I need. How's my research? I don't think I'm researching anything right now. Let's go ahead and get some decor. Let's go for right here so we can get the sculpture too. I mean, I could build one right now, I guess. There's no reason not to, I don't think. Boom, there we go. So we can just, boom. But they just help morale. It's not necessary, especially if you have other ways of improving morale. But I do like the idea of the dupes being able to have a shower. I feel like you should take care of your dupes. Thank you, Neo. Okay. So this is just temporary, so I'm gonna hit 9 priority on that, so that we can get this primed with some water in it. So just so you guys know, the ads are gonna start in 5 minutes. I believe in Neo delayed it for 5 minutes, so that wasn't really nice of him. I really kind of want to make this yellow. Even at 9, still not prioritizing it. Now he's prioritizing it. So I just did that because I want to get some water in here. So that turns on the pump, and here it comes. I love that sound effect. We do need a cook. So I think I'm gonna, even with this small bladder, I think that's fine because we just built some toilets. So I think we're okay with that. I'm not sure what the answer is for you, Juna. I don't know if I don't think farm tiles and planters are really different. Are you stuck in the ads or can you hear me? I think I'm gonna wait for the ads to end before I answer your question. Yeah, you can hear me. Well, I'm still gonna wait because there's some other new people to the game in the chat also, and I don't want them to miss out on, you know, answers to questions. They don't produce more, no. They're just different use cases. All right, ads are almost done. 30 more seconds. Okay, I think the advertisements are done now. First, I'll answer your question. And what the hell? It's showing an ad break going again. Are you guys in ads again a second time? Oh, wait. It wasn't... Okay, I misread it. It wasn't playing yet. God damn it. I'm an idiot. I was reading the countdown towards the ads starting, and I was thinking that it meant the ads were going. It's getting late. I'm gonna have to end the stream soon. Which I kind of don't want to do because there's a lot of viewers here right now. I'm checking Duna. They can't cross the two tiles. So the area where you got the two tiles that need to be built, they can't cross those. That's why. So what you can do if they're in danger of, it doesn't look like they're in danger of dying, but if they were in danger of dying, where those tiles are being built, you can change their priority. So let's say that's those two tiles. You can change the priority to this right here, this little emergency one. And you can also hit this red alert button if you need to. The red alert button will make dupes wake up from sleeping. And everybody will run over there and try to build those. But yeah, the reason your dupes can't leave there is because they couldn't cross those two tiles. Okay, so I got a few questions I want to answer real quick. Xander, by the way, thank you very much for the follow. So first, the planters versus the farm tiles. So it's just a matter of different use cases. So first obvious benefit of farm tiles is that they have 0 decor versus the planter boxes, they have a -10 decor. So if I go to my decor overlay, you'll see there's a lot of red in here. The other advantage to farm tiles is that you can rotate them. So if you press the O button, it rotates. Now you see how the arrow is pointing up? That means if you plant a plant in it, it's going to grow upwards, right? But you can rotate it like this, and then the plant will grow downwards from it. And you'll want that for plants that grow upside down. So like I don't have any. there's the pincha pepper plants right here, these guys. If you're farming these, they grow upside down, so you want to be able to build your tiles rotated upside down. You can't do that with the planters. The downside to farm tiles is that, let's say I wanted to put some airflow tiles under here. I wouldn't be able to put it under a farm tile is a tile. So you can't, like, I couldn't put like an airflow tile underneath it and expect air to be able to flow down, because the farm tile itself is a tile. It's blocking that space. So, but with planters, I could put a bunch of airflow tiles there, and then air can actually flow in and out, because planters are buildings, not airflow, not tiles, right? There's a difference. These are tiles, these are buildings. The other thing is that if your dupes are like walking across a bunch of farm tiles, they're going to walk at whatever rate they normally walk at. But with planters, you can put different tile types, and dupes can move faster or slower and get decor bonuses based on what the type of tile is. Like if you really want your dupes to be able to run fast, right? You can make, it's a waste of metal, but you could make all metal tiles underneath, and they run across it a lot faster than they would crossing normal tile. Also, if you need to control the temperature of these planters, they will be affected by, I'll do that after the stream, Neo. Thank you. If you need to control the temperature of these planters, you can use the temp shift plates or whatever, and they interact with buildings. Temp shift plates won't interact with the tiles. So it's different use cases. There's also hydroponic farm tiles, which allow you to send water into it, because that'll automate the water process, which is good because it does take dupes time to come in here and water these. I just by habit use planter boxes all the time. The thing called to remove polluted water? Do you mean this thing, the bottle emptier? It doesn't remove polluted water. It just allows the dupes to take bottled water and empty it into there. You have to set it to polluted water too. Okay, so what was the other question? I know there was another one. Oh, the arrows for these. It's just, again, it's a use case thing. So, a lot of times it's smart. For instance, it might be smarter and more efficient if I change the use direction for this to be that way. So the reason is because, let's say your dupes have some germs on their hands or whatever from, I don't know, doing something else. And then they come in here. If the arrow is pointed, both directions are pointed that way, they'll use it coming in. Then they'll go to the bathroom. Their hands will get dirty again, and they'll come out and they'll use it a second time. So it's kind of a waste of water and time. But if you have it only going out, then say their hands are dirty, they'll come in here, they'll ignore the toilets, or ignore the wash basins, use the toilets, and then on their way out, they'll use it. Does that make sense? Most of the time I'm just lazy and I just don't bother to set it at all. It doesn't really make that much of a difference. So most of the time I just have it at both because whatever, it's not a big deal. But if you're trying to be like super efficient like Arizia is with his playthroughs, which by the way, Arizia, who was in the channel earlier, he does stream too. He might even be streaming now, I'm not sure. He's a good person to follow too. He's much better at this game than I am. The other thing is, look, our thing's working. So we got it primed. That's... you mean these guys down here? I'm going to eventually... Yeah, I'm going to... In fact, I'll just go ahead and do that. Because this thing's working now. So we'll deconstruct those. And then I'll build a duplicate of this room down here and connect it to the same sieve. But that'll have to wait until the next stream because I have to end the stream soon. So I got this primed with enough water for it to work. So I don't need more water coming in anymore. So what I'm going to do is first I'm going to take the bridge and I'm going to deconstruct it. And I'm going to deconstruct the pump because I don't need that anymore. And then I'll go over here and we'll deconstruct these wires. And then I'll show you what to do with the pipe. At first, just do mealwood. Do mealwood and build a microbe musher. And when you build the microbe musher, set it to lice loaf and forever. And that'll give you food. That makes sense? So, mealwood, microbe musher, lice loaf. I don't think you need 5. This is probably just plenty enough for the amount of dupes that I have. I don't really like break it down to very specifics. If you're super worried, you can research your farm station, and that'll make it even more efficient. But you got that makes a lot of food right there. I mean, it could be that 5 mealwood per dupe is the correct amount, but it seems excessive to me. I would have to do some research. Okay. So I'm just waiting for the bridge. In fact, this would be a good demo actually. Let me how do I cancel that? Cancel that. Okay. This is a good demo actually. So this pipe right here, I don't have a plumber to just empty the pipes for me because there's a plumber dupe skill that can empty pipes without dumping water all over the place. But these pipes aren't needed anymore, right? So I want to drain out the water from here. Now, what I'm doing is I'm just adding a pipe with a vent. Now, this water I'm not worried about because it can't go across the bridge this direction because you see the arrow, it can't go that way. So it won't, this water we won't lose. This water here will come out this vent, except it won't, as you'll see in a second, I think. Hopefully I'm not talking out of my ass. As soon as they build that. Oh, it's unreachable. Rude. There we go. Now it'll be reachable. So this will be a good demo of how bridges create priority. I think. It might be a terrible demo. Okay. So there was some water here, right? And it went out the vent. But you see, this water's staying. It's not going that direction. That's because there's a bridge here giving it priority. It wants to go towards the bridge. It's got higher priority to go here than it does to go here. Now, there's some other stuff that's a little bit fiddly about left and right and blah, 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 which is why this water went this way. It doesn't really matter. The whole point is as soon as I deconstruct this bridge, so some of the water's still going into there because that's not, that's getting emptied. But if I deconstruct this bridge, that water will flow this way and out the vent. Right now. See? Because the bridge takes priority from this. Make sense? That's why bridges are really good for controlling priority of things. And now I can deconstruct that without worrying about water getting spilled all over the place. This thing is now self-sufficient. It will run as long as there is sand and power. So you can see the polluted water's coming out here. And into the sieve. You can kind of see it going right there, right? It comes out as nice and clean. But this thing makes more water than what comes into it. So eventually this will all get full all the way up to here, all the way up to here. And then this water that's coming in won't be able to go through that bridge. So it'll go past it, out this pipe, down here, and down there. Which this needs to be finished constructing. So I'll dig this out so that they can finish constructing that. And I think that's everything that I can do today, because I do have to, I have to go. So, I hope you guys enjoyed the stream. There's a lot more viewers than I ever expected today. If you're new here, don't forget to follow the channel. That's probably the best way to know when I go live. I will probably stream tomorrow morning. And when I do, we will be... I'm going to be building out the rest of these toilets, and I'm going to probably try to work towards sustainable power and sustainable oxygen. Which, to do sustainable oxygen, I'll probably have to do sustainable water too. So I'll probably have to harness this guy or whatever else we find. Looks like there's something right there. That neutronium. That's exciting. But yeah, those will be the main goals tomorrow. Is because we've got food. Food's going pretty good. We've got the toilets. They're good. Making the second set of toilets is gonna be quick and easy. So the main goals after this are going to be power, water, oxygen, which are kind of like most of the mid game. That takes you all. That'll take me for probably like another 100 cycles just to get all those solved, maybe longer. And then after that, it'll be like space stuff and whatever else. Also, if you are interested in talking about this game with other people, there is the Discord. It's not super active, but there's a lot of people from this channel already in the Discord that are very good at Oxygen Not Included, and they know a lot about the game, including Arisia, Emily, Neo, and a bunch of other people that, well, they've been quiet for a while, but they're all very good at the game. We have this dedicated Oxygen Not Included channel in the Discord, which has just tons of discussion. So a lot of the builds are outdated because they're old. They're a few years old, but you still learn stuff from them. So if you look here in the Discord, this is the Oxygen Not Included channel. And there's people sharing builds and all kinds of stuff going back for pages and pages and pages. So it's kind of fun to scroll back. You can see a lot of stuff in here. A lot of really crazy builds people have done and shared. Advice and just all kinds of stuff related to Oxygen Not Included. So it's pretty good. It's pretty good. I sometimes just scroll in here and just look at stuff. Oh yeah, Myrene's in the Discord. Myrene's probably actually the most active Discord person that we have. Myrene is awesome. And she shares a lot of stuff. She's kind of a genius when it comes to Oni. She does some really insane builds that I don't even understand. It's fun. It's good stuff. Like right here, if you want to learn how to do petroleum, really good example builds right there. And they're not outdated. Those are good builds. They're still entirely viable today. But it goes back for pages and pages and pages, all the way back to like, what? 2020, something like that. It's like 4 years of stuff that people have been sharing in the Discord. So if you want to join the Discord, just do !Discord and that'll give you the link like so. And don't forget to follow the channel. Clicked on the wrong thing. Don't forget to follow. I will be back soon. I am going to leave now. It's been really good though. Thank you.